Audio testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Audio check. Good Friday morning, TGIF. How's everybody doing? It's Friday here in Australia. And I don't hear the music stream. It appears to be playing. I see it playing. And it's playing on the stream, but once again, OBS. So Stream Elements had an update, so I am sure there's going to be some issues, dang it. Yeah. Team Radio. There it is. Usually when there's an update, there's some sort of functionality in OBS that quits. So we'll have to make sure everything is working the way it's supposed to. And so far it looks like we're okay. So it is Friday morning in Australia. It is Thursday evening in the UK, Europe, Africa, and Thursday evening in the US. So you are a few short hours away from your deep fried Friday. All right, let's see. Yeah, all kinds of things not happening the way they're supposed to be, thanks to an update. All right, display capture 3. There it goes. So it's backwards, that should be off. And then we turn it on, and there we go. Finally. So I was thinking before stream about something a little interesting. So ChatGPT, kind of a little fun something to play with, and you can use it for all kinds of things like I don't know, writing a memo, doing code, that kind of things. So I was thinking, what can it do? So how do I use the macro feature in Vintage Story Game? Let's see what it will do for us. Right, it allows you to record a series of actions and then replay them later in a single command. Wow. There's a little bit there, hey? Automating repetitive tasks. Here's a step-by-step guide on how to use macros. Okay, so open the Vintage Story game and start a new or load an existing world. Press the escape key on the keyboard to open the game menu. From the menu, click on Settings to access the game settings. Scroll down to find the macro sections. You'll see options for recording, playing, and managing macros. Once you finish recording the desired actions, click on Stop Recording. All right, you'll be prompted to enter a name for the macro. Type in a descriptive name to help you remember its purpose. Click on the save. All right, to play, go back to the game and press the escape key to open the menu. On the settings option, go to the controls tab. In the macro section, you'll see a list of saved macros. Select the macro you want to play. Assign the keybind to the macro. Close the settings menu, return the game. Press the assigned key binding to execute the macro. Well, that's interesting. That sounds about right. So when we fire up Vintage Story again, we'll give that a try. But for today, for now, we're just going to do some Dyson Sphere program and hopefully pick up where we left off at. So let's see. So Dyson Sphere had an update on the 22nd of June, which is the Dark Fog and the combat system. So Youth Cat Studios is just announcing that the combat system is still in production and that they're clearing up problems one by one. And always work, work, work. So apparently they're about 60% done with the combat system. Well, this is July, so the progressing of the content and resources overall has come to 50%. So plenty of resources need to be created. No later than this year. So they will get the combat system released later this year. Hopefully sooner than later. All right, let's go and get our game started. Wow, 2043 FPS, 491 FPS. We're getting there. Oh, hope everybody's having a good evening or a good morning wherever you are. There we are. We'll get our H menu up. And we've got our Shift 12 up. And we are on our battery world. Okay. AK is still the height boss. I'm not exactly sure how that's working, but I thought for sure that Ori Dark Ori Darkwind surpassed her in the hype lead. Okay. How are we doing? Alright, so empties are coming back on schedule. That's looking pretty good. I do want to make sure, though, I'm going to take a look every so often at the ILSs and make sure that they're all getting plenty of warpers. These guys are all on 4,500. That should be enough to keep the ILSs from piling up. Yep, 4,500. 4,500, that's good. So, all of the machines are on. That's good. We got room for expansion. That's great. And we might as well just go ahead and pave some of this because we know we're going to eventually be coming right down here. Filling in these. Let's bury that. Go. Excellent. All right, so all prepped for new EEs to charge when they're needed. All right. Now, as far as what happened to our to-do list. Let's get this sorted out. Okay, so we've got expanding the science labs, right? And add nodes and frames to the gamma system. Yep. Remap. Oh, we did the remap. All right, so we're pretty remapped right now. So that can go away. Ah, titanium. Good old to-do list. So, wrong button. Our mining system, appropriately called All Mining Ops. And then we've also got Epsilon. What's in Epsilon? How much titanium? 507. And titanium here is 521. And we look pretty busy over here too. Alright, so the lava planet has plenty of titanium there. 135, so it's split about half. 189, 135. Let's take a look on the lava world. I'm sure that's a construction area says 0%. That's not true. And same with volcanic ash. So we will investigate both. See how much room we have for. Oh, Icarus, what have you been drinking? Make sure we've got plenty of construction area. All right, max sailing speed 2,000. We're pretty on target. See what our bias says as we get closer. And there we are. Transparent planet? No, we got solid ground. Woohoo! Alright. Yeah, I knew this one. This one was cracked pretty heavily. This is where we've got our thermals set up. And warper situation is all good. Let's take a look at the distribution of our titanium. We do have one titanium. And it's not keeping up. That's why we were running into an issue. Okay. Let's see why it's not keeping up. Ah, well, it's only got one set of inserters, that's why. And we didn't set any of those up for high-speed production. Go. That should speed up the smelting process. We're still only going to get whatever the inserters can provide us, so we'll increase those a tiny bit. Okay, now we're at 60 a minute per machine. Plenty of titanium coming down the line. So we need to step up the speed. They're all on constant, but you know, these are all 3 2s. Just out of curiosity, let's see what a traffic monitor says. It's nowhere near. That's backwards. Did it again. There we go. Oh my goodness, hold on, got an interruption already. Okay, sorry about that. That was actually exactly next door. Hate that when they do that. People just honk their horn and walk up to your door, and or walk up near the door and say hello, so you don't know if they're talking to you or talking to your neighbor. Nobody knocks on doors in Australia for some reason. I don't know why they do that. You don't have to bring a crowd out to the street. Go up to the frickin' door and knock on it. I mean, seriously. All right, so we're only getting about 940, 950. That's only about 15 a second per belt, so that's not good enough. Let's see what our total is. Yeah, so that's just slightly over 1,800 a minute. Almost 2,000. Let's call it 1,900 a minute. So that's about 35 a second. 30, well, we'll call it 33 a second. So that's about 10 per second per inserter. It's a little less, actually. So that's never going to be fast enough. So we'll add one there, add one there. And we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll go about halfway. That's about half right there. Oh my goodness. Missed one. Let's see what our counters come up to now. What happened here? Zero, yes. Two, yes. Okay, the tops won't go. Let's close that off to 1. That one should be 0. These all should be 1s, but let's see how we do. We have quite a few machines idle waiting for product to come down the line. Well, no, we don't. One idle machine. One idle machine. So we've only got 2 idle machines, and look at the gap. So kind of in a dip, a U-shaped dip. These are all stocked up quite nicely. Product is being pulled off the line so fast, but that's actually not fast enough. There's no way that these inserters are going to exceed 120 per second. I reckon what we need is to take the box line down, since we do have available 120 per second per belt. I think that's what we need to do. But we'll do like this because we really need to step up that production. See what that gives us now. Yeah, we're getting right back up to 900, about 1800 a minute, so 30 per second. 15 per belt. However, it's all about consistency and delivering a product down the line. Look how fast that belt line empties out. Oh. Okay, let's find our belts. We don't need this at the moment. Belts will probably come... Oh, I hate that. There they are. Take about half of those. Oh, lost power. Wonder what I did. Nothing. It is lack of accumulators. Ah, they're coming in. It's kind of a slow delivery. 10% vessel. Yeah, that's probably not going to last for very long. While we wait for the next delivery, that's not getting here very quick, is it? Wonder if we stepped up our request. That's not going to make a difference. What to do? We're certainly not getting delivered very fast, that's for sure. Those batteries made one full trip around the circle. Two full trips around the circle. Still don't have more on the way. Alright, they made 3 full trips. Yeah, batteries are not getting made fast enough. Alright, we're going to have to address that. So, I don't know how the proliferation is working on batteries, so we're going to really have to investigate what we can do. What we can do with that. Try and figure out a solution. In the meantime, let's just finish this off, assuming we get our power issue fixed. That'll do for now. We'll see how long the power lasts. We're getting close to 2,000 a minute, which is about 33 to 35 per second. Yeah, we're over 2,000 combined. Still, just one row of inserters is handling it, which is fine. Don't ever get to put that in there, or that one. Oh, a few are going in there. Come on, another 120 to go. Come on. $60, come on. 30, 25, 13, and there we go. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely producing about what are we producing? Local planet, titanium. $3,700 a minute. So that's slightly over 60 a second. That's fine. That's fine for now. Let's go figure out the battery issue. We don't want any planet suffering deliveries of batteries. Pretty close. Close enough for government work. So, not very many going into and getting delivered. Okay. Let's maximize our efforts here. And we are definitely going in this direction. So we will take from here to there. Before we do that, let's just do this. That way I don't have to come back and connect all these up afterwards. There we go. Grab a new set. Yeah, this is going to be pretty funky. We're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and do the funky setup because we're approaching a tropic. So because the tropic is right here, we're not going to be setting up a double on this side. We'll just take these. And stretch them out as far as they'll go. So we're out of building range. Now the fun, tricky part. Better start up at this end too. You gotta zoom all the way in to get these done. Thank you, autosave. Not that I can see if that connected or not, but do have batteries coming down. Okay, since we have the empties proliferated, not exactly sure how that's impacting. They are getting sprayed on the way out, so yeah. Not sure how that's working with, oh. That could be a little bit of an issue. Okie doke. Let's fix that. seriously don't know how that impacts the energy exchangers that are discharging the full batteries. I'm sure it's probably not doing a darn thing. Eh. To the toilet. Okay, we're back. Hope everybody got themselves a hydrate, a stretch, a bio break, a snack, a caffeinate, whatever they needed, whatever they wanted. Okay, now we need to take a look at power for the entire cluster. And we are about break even, almost. We definitely want to be charging more than we're discharging, but see, now we're getting some factories turned on. That's not a good sign. And we also want to put some power on those. Okay, now I wonder what kind of difference that'll make. No telling. No telling. At least they're all getting proliferated. Whether that makes one bit of a difference or not, I don't know. Right, now let's take a look at our production rate. How fast are we making batteries? $19.90 a minute. $19.80. Well, we're definitely making them faster than they're being consumed, but only just barely. Let's see what that looks like over 10 minutes. Yeah, not so much. Not quite producing them as fast as we need them. On average, yes. They're being charged as fast as they're being discharged. But that's not good enough. Now they're being consumed much faster, so we need to be charging them at least 2050. At least 2050, so we probably need to be upwards of about 21 to 2200 a minute. Okay, and we have no idea how many machines we have. So we don't know what the charge rate is. That's the biggest thing missing out of this game. What is the freaking charge rate? As far as I can see, Proliferator has absolutely no impact. Because the empties are sprayed and it does nothing. Proliferated points are only valid after being sent into the facility as raw materials and will be wiped off after construction. So we don't know. This is not considered construction. Taking an empty and charging it up. That's not considered construction. Or manual synthesis. Current power and rated power doesn't tell me anything about how fast it's charging. But if we were to time that, and I watch the seconds on the clock, 43 seconds. $53. 61, 2. So 9 seconds to charge. Nine seconds to charge. And of all of them on, I mean, we've got a lot of exchangers on. We've got almost 9 gigawatts available. We're barely hitting over 100 megawatts. They are all on. Okay, so wow. We need to make some more. Wonder if we can go ahead and flip these coming back this way. That's going to be a little trick because of the grid. Wow. It's doable. It's doable. Yep, we could output it that direction. It's probably not going to line up very well. Could do that. Certainly could. I hate building across regions, that's for sure. Oh, that's... Yeah, they're all gonna have an offset. That sucks. No, not all of them. Yeah, not the ideal situation, that's for sure. Because they're not gonna line up. Ideal. Till 1981, roughly. All of those, and we didn't affect we didn't affect the numbers in the teeny tiniest bit. Oh yeah, okay, so we're barely touching off on 1990. Wow. Okay, well, it is what it is. Seems to fluctuate pretty heavily, so let's do the 10-minute. At the moment, it appears a little bit better. But we certainly wanted to be up in the 2200 a minute. The consumption just means that some factories are not on at the moment, so that planet's not drawing a lot of power or using up the energy exchangers. And of course, that's for the entire cluster, but it doesn't matter if it's entire cluster because local plan is 1979. The entire cluster just tells me what's getting used. Well, here's what's getting used to charge. The other two is what the factories are using. That's why I put the entire cluster on there. So that is what that's what's being produced by the batteries getting used. That's because there's quite a few factories that are not on right now, not doing anything. And that's because what's our solar, what's our Dyson sphere dissipation? 0.107. Again, I bet you if I do that one more time, we can get that down to 0.09. 500,000 hashes per second, 2 minutes. That's quick. Now that again is going to be battery consumption. So that'll come up a little bit, which it did. Just a touch. You can see it right there. So I've topped out at 2760. See, it came on a little bit because of the science labs. There we go. So as you can see, the science labs came on. Our factory planets should be kicking on too. And it looks like grav lens did come on a little bit. Assuming more than we're making. It made a whole bunch to start with. Then it came down and leveled out. Thank you, autosave. Titanium's doing pretty good. They're all doing pretty good, except for the grav lens, which that's okay. That's a periodic thing anyway for the ray receivers. Those are fine. Production of blue is slightly under, but that's on the 10-minute average. Yeah, it's pretty well under. That's the entire cluster. That's not horrible. And that's all done. Graphene is just ever so slightly keeping up with consumption. Ever so slightly. Plastic is spot on. On the 10-minute average. Critical photons got used pretty massively here for a bit. So production did step up automatically on that. But they are definitely getting used faster, so critical photons would probably need to go put another few ray receivers down because it's not enough to keep up with our antimatter. So let's do a visit to our ray receivers. Yeah, there they go, massively again. And that's kind of unusual. We're about 2K under what it should be for refined oil. 1K over 10 minutes. Particle broadband is struggling still. We'll go take a look at that at some point. And of course, plane filters, which is part of that equation. Oh, look at magnets. Wow. I'm sure that's because of power issues. Maybe. I have a feeling that this is all related to power issues. Iron ingots. That's interesting. You might need to do a few more of those. The numbers are very close. And we expect fluctuations. But there you go, iron ore. So pulling the ore out of the ground and smelting those into ingots. Iron gets used in everything. Oh my gosh, so much everything. And we are definitely discharging more than we are charging. Look at that, total energy, almost 20 petajoules. That's crazy. But this is definitely an issue here. So we do need to be charging more than we're discharging, and this is backwards already by just about 1 gigawatt. So I guess we need to we need to turn these on because they're full. I could have finished doing that, huh? It really didn't make a huge difference. But we certainly want another gigawatt charging. They're all on. Okay. And we're going to want to bury that as well. Those line up pretty nicely, but that's going to be close right there. Actually, we're not even doing anything with that. Same with that one. No, that one is doing something. No, it's not doing anything. That was the initial titanium factory supply, but we're not doing titanium, so right, that shouldn't be a problem. A lot of empty accumulators on the belts, for sure. Yep, the fun part. Yeah, those all connected. Good. Oh my goodness. Get in between those dang boxes. Okay, nope. Where did we store belts at? I think that was this one right here. Oh. This one? Nope. There they are. Wow. Such an annoying way to set up. Hey. See how we're doing now. Now we're over the top of the discharge. Just barely. Just barely. Plenty of empties, plenty of empties. Way plenty of empties. We could split that a little bit. Not getting a whole lot of proliferation on them. I wonder why. Oh, right there. We're not proliferating this belt right here. And we're not going to be able to because that is really tight quarters. And then it, yeah. It does the hump a bump. Could move this down a little bit. Could put that there. No, I didn't think that would work. That might work. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, like that. Now they're all getting proliferated. Again, not that that makes one bit of difference at all. All right, this station is getting priority. Local supply, yes. Remote demand, yes. This station, it's hard to tell which ones are getting. That one's getting vessel delivery. This one's getting vessel delivery as well, just not as much as this one is. There's a vessel. There's a vessel. Okay, we're coming up on the break. We'll see you in about 3 minutes.
Raiders detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Okay, and we're back, and the mic is unmuted. Diwapira. Thanks very much for that raid. How awesome. And so sorry that you raided at the bottom of the hour when we run our ads. Welcome on in, raiders. Hey, Chris, how are you doing? Right, so on the plus side of raiding on the bottom of the hour is there will be no ads for an entire hour. Thanks very much for the raid. That's a cool? I don't know about cool. And I hope I'm saying your name right. Siwapira or Siwapira? Or Saipai? What's Saipai been up to?
It's
First
a
one,
sausage link!
Siwapira.
Dude, now I'm craving sausage, bro. Natatorium? They look like they're swimming.
Gotta love the randomizing Twitch guru. How was your DSP stream? How was that? What, I had about 24 comments come in about I wanted a sausage, so I kind of just let that slide. Right, oh yeah, Satisfactory is a good game. Hope you had a good stream. I reckon Chris probably gave you a bit of a hand there. Oh, share a save file. That's pretty, yeah, I've seen something like that. I don't know who, I think maybe Ilk did something like that. I'm not sure. I've seen that. That's starting to gain a little bit of popularity, isn't it? It's kind of like chain letters from about 8 decades ago. Yeah, Chris rocks like that. I'm going to give a shout out for Chris as well, because he is one of our streamers.
It goes. Just push me up. Fuck.
Nice. What game is that? Looks like a treasure chest of some sort. Oh, hey, that didn't go. Oh, oops, left out the H. That's not you. Okay. There we go. Alright, so, I don't know why it is that we always leave the H out. Oh, there we did it again. I'll get it sooner or later. I reckon that's the right one. Dyson Sphere, there we go. Have you got any clips that Twitch Guru will catch? I know, right? Firehammer started that business, didn't he? I think he's at work right now, but yeah. Indeed. Okay, so what we wanted to make sure of is that our charging power was well over the top of our discharge power, which we are. We finally balanced that out. We've almost hit 20 petajoules. So that's actually working pretty good. So this is our battery planet. All of that's on like it's supposed to be. No machines sitting idle for any reason. And there we go. All right, 9 gigawatts of free energy going out to the rest of the cluster. Oh, I don't know about late. Well, probably. I'm late to everything, so I was even late to my own wedding. And I was late to the divorce, too, so go figure. I don't know if I'd call it late game. I reckon if I was in the, terawatt tier from Dyson Spheres, that might make a difference, but not so much. No, actually, this is my home system. So I've got a tidal locked planet in the home system. So I made it my battery planet. I've got one planet for rocket production. Yep, so that's the home system. We do need to go take a look at ray receiver counts, so we probably need to pop over to not that one, not gamma, we need alpha. Let's move that over a minute. Oh, they're all off. Now we should be able to see what's going on. No, so solar panels shouldn't mess up. It shouldn't have any effect really on UPS, because UPS is based on the logic of moving entities, vessels, drones, bots, animated, anything animated. So solar panels really don't have any kind of impact on UPS. Wonder why I can't see the Dyson. That's interesting. They do. They do indeed. But that's correct, tidal lock planets. So the panels will rotate to always face the star, but yeah, on tidal locked, that's not an issue. I wonder why I can't see it. We got to come over here anyway, because we have to address our things. The photons. Because I thought I had plenty of ray receivers, but we're apparently not producing enough photons to make antimatter, so my antimatter demand has risen quite a bit above what I thought I was ever going to need. So I reckon we're going to fix that issue. Unless it's just a delivery issue. If it's just a delivery issue where the vessels are not keeping up, might throw down a second or third ILS to deliver them. No worries, Siwa. Thanks very much for that. Well, we were a tad off on that one. Thanks, Siwa. Well, critical photons look up plenty. It has to be a delivery issue. This, of course, anything on the belts is a waste because they're not doing anything while they're on belts. So that's what the issue is. They're just not getting delivered. Well, of course, there's not any vessels leaving either, so I wonder what the issue was with that. Where are we at here? Critical photons. Oh, now there's no consumption of them. What the? I guess it was just that little bit of demand that went up and threw it off balance, but then the production caught up quite a bit also because belts. Everything is on the belts. I didn't think that was an issue. That kind of threw me off when I saw that it was below I believe this is power generation. Yep, and those are photons. Yep. We've got plenty of power for the planet, that's for sure. Don't have an issue with warpers or vessels. And I'm pretty sure how come I can't see my Dyson? What am I missing? What am I missing here? Here's all the pieces, parts. Put that over here for now. Yep. Layers, shell number. Maybe, oh, there we go. No, those are all on now. That's crazy. Where's my Dyson? Did I have in-game off? Oh my god. Thank you, Chris. I don't know why I would have ever shut that off. Why would I ever shut that off? I think it looks so cool. Alright, so what do we got? 227 gigawatts. Plenty of ray receivers. Double, actually. So we can actually step that up and probably get that up to a terawatt easily with about 7 more layers. Probably not going to do that right now. Well, at least we know that it's not the photons are not the issue. Photons are not the issue. Pretty sure it wasn't. Pretty sure it wasn't the gamma. Pretty sure. Gotta love that atmospheric bump getting in and out of the planet's orbit. Seconds will be there. You can count it down just by looking at how many light years away. So 1 light year per second, 10 8, 7, 6. Okay. And looks like we are only drawing power, not photons, from this Dyson. Hang on, what? No ray receivers. What? Oh, they're up here. Right, and no photons. Oh, that's kind of silly. Well, I mean, we are overproducing photons, but wow. Why do we even have hydrogen coming in? I cannot imagine why. I can't imagine why we would need hydrogen on this planet. What are we doing over here? What are we doing? Oh, because before ray receive... Wow, I never deconstructed. I never deconstructed. How about that? How about that? These are power generation? Correct. 60 megawatts worth. Hang on. It's not tidal locked, that's why. I'll bet you I don't have 100% uptime from the ray receivers. Even with... I'll bet that's what it is. What's our obliquity? -7. Yep. And the reason I did that is because the North Pole was probably pointing at the sun at one point. My inclination is 6, but the obliquity is -7. No, that would have been different if it was on a horizontal rotation. I cannot imagine why I did that. But even now you can see. Well, the proper way would be ray receivers lined up around the equator just like the launchers are. So right you are. Thank you very much for that. I'm glad you noticed that the dummy on the end of the ventriloquist stick over here was operating but could not be heard. Appreciate that. Oh, probably... I had a couple cough and sneeze attacks, so it's probably been muted for about 15 minutes. Siwa rated 54 minutes ago, maybe longer, maybe about 20 or 25 minutes. But thanks for that. Well, Chris could hear me at 11:46, so that was over half an hour ago. 46 minutes past the hour, so yeah. All right, so I treated everybody to the broken ventriloquists stream. That's what happens when I hit the mute button really quick for a cough, sneeze, whatever, and then I tap it to come back and it doesn't do the full click. Okay, so now we're up to, we're probably going to approach 16 and a half out of our 60 gigawatts demand. Like sliders, yep. Yes, indeed. Okay, everything is happy days here, so when we finally get to maybe putting some energy exchangers down here, we're all set to go. Really need to build a whole lot more here. Yes, indeed. That's why I use the mute. Actually, since my pause button has pause button on the keyboard has the speakers on it, I just assigned that as the mute mic, which mutes it both in the stream and mutes it in Discord at the same time. So one button suits all. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. So you're just taking a look at a little issue with photons and antimatter, and I believe we've addressed that now. And this system does need to be built up a little bit. I don't reckon we're going to do it here. You came in just prior to the bottom of the hour, so everybody else is going to be having a mid-roll ads. We do that once an hour at the bottom of the hour. You probably won't see any because you probably got the ads just as you came in. You got pre-roll ads as you came in. If not, then which will have synced you up with the rest of the crowd, and we'll take our bio break right at the bottom of the hour. And we're looking like we're about 30 seconds away from that. And then we get a full hour of gameplay, so we'll be heading over to our mining system because, oh, there we go. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Okay, so this time we managed to remember the mute button. Hope everybody got a little bit of a break. I got a little bit of a snack. I'm not going to eat on cam. I think that's rude. So, if you got a snack, good to regenerate, rejuvenate, re-energize. This one, I don't remember what did we get up to on Gamma Alpha. That was 227, right? So we wanted to get up to a terawatt on this one, which we'll do with probably, we could do that easily with the 4 shells we've got here, because the 2 inner shells, which are that belt and this little umbrella doohickey here. So that belt is on one shell, the little umbrella shape is on another shell. Both of those can be expanded quite easily. The Cerebro is on its own shell, and then the outer wire shell. I don't use many sails on my Dysons because they just take up too much save data and don't need them. They don't generate half as much as frames and nodes do, so I'm a frames and nodes kind of Dyson guy. Alright, so everybody is probably getting up close to Alright, they're coming back up, so from their 100%, they've only dropped down to about 70-ish, so they only lost 30%. Oh, hang on. I don't think they're stopping at all. No, once they get up to 100%, they're good. So these guys are still on their way up. And I reckon we are on the dark... Yeah, we're pretty much on the dark side of the Dyson, so... Yeah, once they're up to 100, they'll stay there. 60 megawatts each. That's what they'll pull from the Dyson. 60 megawatts each. Should have counted how many of those I put down. Well, we called for 300. What have we got left over? We got 52, so 250, 248. Would have been 250 if 2 more fit there. So 248, and we'll just check our numbers real quick. 248 times 60 should be a... That's 14.8 gigawatts. I think we're going to be drawing a little bit more than that, though. I think we'll be pulling... Yeah, we're already up to 18, so... I wonder why the disparity there. Not exactly sure. Not critical, that's for sure. Alright, let's get back to our mining planet. So, titanium. That's what we're doing, titanium ingots. So let's take a look at the all mining. And take a look at our titanium ingot production. I don't reckon we have a problem. Let's see what the entire system says, because they're not being consumed on that planet. It's actually not a problem right now. Or over the last 10 minutes. or over the last hour. This is what alerted me right here. When this production of ingots was well below what was being consumed. But that ramped up quickly. And hasn't been a problem since. Alright, so maybe we don't have an ingots issue. We probably do because of science. He blinded me with science. Because we did have science research going on. I don't know why they put giga in the hashes when they're using millions in the cubes. Because that is that's giga is billions, right? 1 billion hashes? Is that right? I don't know. I know I'm doing over 500,000 hashes per second. Yeah, giga is billions. I know we're over 500,000 hashes per second, so it only takes 32 minutes to get that. That's right, mega is millions. So we had a rocket derp moment there. Okay. So titanium ingots probably not an issue. But before we do that, since we turned the science on, let's see what happens with the, I'm sure that's not going to be a factory issue. It's a bit backwards, which also makes sense. Right? I love that. Yeah, Youth Cat Studios does go back and forth between the metric and the English expressions of annotation, I reckon. It's used interchangeably throughout the game. Everything is pretty balanced out. I've got quite a good balancing act going on. Stone seems to be just barely... Never mind. Iron ingots is... Okay, that just jumped up again. So the production won't necessarily jump up to match consumption because they're actually filling up gaps. See, now it's back. They're filling in gaps just as factories turn on. So you can see where the factory's turned on here under consumption. That's what, threw me off back here when consumption was high just before the factory turned on. Everything's pretty balanced. Magnetic coils. Thank you, autosave. Yeah, they're fine. Magnets might be a little bit of an issue, but that's going to fluctuate because they catch up pretty quick as well when there's none being demanded. It all depends on when the factories turn on and off. But generally speaking, looking at an hour's worth gives me a good average. No worries, TFG. We're definitely overproducing processors. And quantum chips. Welcome back. Hydrogen is almost 1-to-1. I mean, it's pretty well balanced. And deuterium, that's the only reason it's overproducing is because the gas giants are always until the orbitals are full. So every one of the deuterium gas giants I have wrapped with orbitals. So that's usually never an issue. And that's what caused a little bit of alarm before, is the fact that the antimatter and the photons had dipped down below. But they catch up quickly, which is why there's, 30 minutes of nothing happening. I like this about Casimir. Casimir is pretty spot on. Bit of a jump in graviton lenses because we just put down all those ray receivers. Warpers are only ever so slightly underproduced, but that's not an issue. Because as you can see, they're only produced periodically. And now they're almost perfectly balanced out. That's not an issue. Constraint spheres. Pretty constant usage. And of course, production jumps up just to replace what's being used, and that's it. Proliferation, all nicely balanced out. This is kind of funny, right here. Don't use any of those except for to make blue conveyors. Gee, how are you doing? My starting conditions. I'm not sure what my starting conditions were. I'm doing really good, G. I'm having a good day versus all the bad days we had. We had an update to Stream Elements, of course. When Stream Elements updated that,
Resubscription received. Apparently you were doing something right, Captain.
thank you very much for that, G. Very, very generous of you. Appreciate that. That is so awesome.
Much faster. I troll.
What was that game? Star Citizen? That wasn't Star Citizen, was it? That was something else. Yeah, so... Hogwarts Legacy. Ah, sweet. Sweet. TFG... Maybe you could clarify a little bit about what you're talking about, the starting conditions. You mean the starting for this save, or? Take a look at the power. Now, see, we still need to add quite a few more energy exchangers because we want discharging power to be well over the top of, charging power to be well over the top of the discharging power. Oh boy. All right. So on this save, I've been using infinite resources, and starting planets, so I always do 64 stars in a cluster. I haven't done any real challenge modes in a long time since the 10-hour and the 25-hour challenges were mentioned, which I attempted, but pretty much sucked on those. Pretty much sucked. Wait a minute, what was our 20 petajoules? We finally broke the 20 petajoules mark. So we screamed past terajoules and right into the petajoules, and fire ice. I did not have fire ice in the starting system, but I also don't use fire ice for anything really. I think I've got one planet in all 64 star systems that's even using fire ice, and it's only using it for local power. Yeah, I don't rely on fire ice. Fire ice is not a source of power for me. Howdy, zombie. How are you doing today? So, as far as fire ice goes, there you go. That's all on one planet. And that's why the numbers are almost identical. Almost. Graphene. I don't use fire ice for graphene. Graphene is produced by the alternative recipe, I believe. Not that one. I'm using graphite. I'm using the original recipe, graphite and sulfuric acid. So, you know, got sulfuric acid right off the bat. One of the closer planets for sulfuric acid, and that's how I make my graphene. Balancing hydrogen. The person said it's good to use fire ice early on, then switch back to sulfuric acid and graphite. Yeah, if you have fire ice available. Of course, there's no fire ice available in my home planet system. So, in my home system. My home system, I believe, are deuterium gas giants. Hydrogen and deuterium. So that's a gas giant, deuterium gas giant. No fire ice. Which is why I don't rely on fire ice, because it's just dumb luck if you get... Actually, because it's random whether you get a gas giant or an ice giant in your home system. Then yeah, I can definitely see the advantages of using the fire ice for the graphene. Though I got off planet fairly quickly, and let's see, that's 11. That's 11. Oh, from where I'm at, so hang on. So it was only like 2 light years, I think, to this K class. There is fire ice there. There's no hydrogen there. Where's the height? Where's the? There it is. The sulfuric acid came from a system fairly close by. So I reckon it was Theta Equili where I got sulfuric, unless it was Situla. Might have been Situla. No, it was Theta Equili. So that's where I got my sulfuric from. Yeah, so when I took random seed generation when I got this cluster, which turned out to be really nice because, you know, it's got a cross pattern, you know, going on here. So lots of good stuff centralized on the home system. Worked out pretty nice. Red giant with only a 1 luminosity. I haven't even paid attention to that at all. The blue giant Cassiopeia way out there, 2.4, which we haven't even done a Dyson on yet. But that's got gas giant in that system as well. With one gas giant and 1 planet orbiting that. Yeah, how fun is that? And it's orbiting out at almost 10 AU from the star. Yep, that's right, TFG. So, basically I did a random luck of the draw. And of course, this is not my first save, but knowing how the game operates and how the game works, I just used the resources that were available to my advantage, and we were good to go. And I was lucky enough to get a tidal locked lava planet. So that became my battery world. So I powered everything with energy exchangers. I did my rocket production over on a narrow desert. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a pretty decent starting system, so pretty decent. Alright, so we will take a look a little bit at titanium just to see how it's doing on the factory system, or the mining system. This factory system just happened to be, the mining system just happened to be awesome because it's orbiting a gas giant. Got 2 different planets orbiting a gas giant. So things have a way of working themselves out. So I have 2 systems that are for mining, the all mining operations and Epsilon. Those are the 2 mining. I have one system that's set up for science, which is that one. The 2 mining systems are, if I'm not mistaken, on opposite sides of the home system. So there's the home system. There's Epsilon mining right there. This is the all mining operations. The science down here. All of the organics, OPEC organics, which is the crude oil, refined oil, organic crystals, all that stuff is right there. Yeah, so it actually kind of worked out pretty cool. Yeah, that's the plan. Haven't even gotten to that point yet, though. Haven't had to tap everything yet. I almost hit that gas giant. If it was a real gas giant, should have been able to fly right through it. So what do we got on this one? So we're doing silicon here, which is just the silicon ingots. We got the iron here. We do need to step up iron production because this is actually that's stone. That's copper. This is graphite, copper. There's my magnetic rings that are not real busy. There's titanium. We do have iron around here somewheres. There we go, right there. Yeah, so we need to speed this up. So what's happening here is box method is not really able to keep up. Actually, the output side, this is what we need to address, is the fact that these machines are probably on extra product rather than double speed. And I like them to just be on double speed. Product is backing up here because it's only 3 inserters on the output side. So we're going to address that issue right now. almost bet you these are on extra product. No, they're on double. Alright, we've got a few machines that are actually not on because they are waiting or product stacking. Which means these boxes aren't getting empty soon enough. Come on, Icarus, pick a slot to walk down. There you go. And we'll just speed that up for about half of the factory. Which ideally will saturate the two output belts, so we'll get 60 per second on both sides. There we go. Saturated belt, that's 60 per second. The other side, saturated 60 per second. So we got 120 per second going into, well, filled up already. That helped a little bit. Yeah, we're getting 120 per second. Yep. Okay. Fox the Second, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Casual gameplay? Yeah, if you're first time is generally learning about the mechanics of the game. So what I would recommend is set your settings to infinite resources to start with. Because a minimal amount of resources is a pretty challenging part of the game, and that can actually get in the way of you actually learning how the mechanics of all the equipment works and whatnot. So it doesn't hurt to start one on infinite resources, get familiar with how all the mechanisms work. Once you're comfortable with the operation of all the different mechanisms, start a new save and put your resources on, say, the default 1.0. And that will be a pretty decent challenge for you. You'll probably get tons of hours of good, entertaining gameplay on default resources once you've figured out what everything does and how it can work and all that. So that makes it a nice casual learn as you go, learn at your own pace gameplay. And I think with all that knowledge you gain from the very first save, helps tremendously when you get onto default settings of 1.0 resources or better. TFG, what situation? Are you talking about the box method? Yeah, no worries, Fox, anytime. This is an AMA stream, so you can ask me anything. And I'll just preempt it with the cheetah. So, almost everybody asks, what's the fastest land animal? So, there you go. Yeah, so there's a use for box method, which was before. Box method was the go-to method before we had this little thing right here, this little tech limit for the output cargo stacks. Now that we've had the update and we've had this added, you can get as much as 4 stacked onto a belt coming out of a ILS or PLS. Prior to that, box method was the way to get the maximum amount of product delivered down a input line that exceeded having 3 or 6 or 9 belts running down the center of a factory to feed a lot of machines. So the reason that was superior prior to the stack count is because blue inserters stack. So you can get more product faster than 30 per second per belt going down the line. In this case, we've got 27 times 3, so just under 90 per second moving down this line just by using inserters and boxes. These are not storage, so in this instance, box method is, the whole point of box method is the box is a transport device. It's not a storage device. And what I mean by that is a storage box takes up 3 grid lines. The inserter sends product into the box. At the front of the box, it magically skips 3 grid lines right to the next inserter and so on. So every box is eliminating the distance of 3 grid lines for every single one it is on. So it's the same as an inserter handing off to an inserter, handing off to an inserter, and it's moving down, skipping 3 grid lines every single time. So it's a transport solution. So you can move product, much more product, much faster. That was until belts came up to 120 per second, which is a stack of 4. And now box method is pretty much deprecated. I use it on the output side because output sides are a single belt of 30 per second. There's no boost to that other than using the stackers, the pilers, which they don't provide any extra boost or any advantage on the output side of these things when the boxes do the trick. The upgrade. Yep. That's right. So PLSs and ILSs all have the same tech limit stacking. Yeah, so if I was using the output ports on the base of the ILS, you get the same tech limit of 4 stack on your belts coming out of ILS. Such as these warpers. These are automatically stacked to 4. And such as the energy exchangers, that's automatically a stack of 4 because I always use tech limit. Right there. So it's pretty convenient. And it's not just the ILS and PLS. So it's also the industrial miners. Well, advanced mining machine. Tech limit of 4. So coming out of the ports of the miner, which is 9 in this case. 9 belts are stacked 4 high. The standard miners, of course, are only a single product. So I just combine those with splitters. I just feed them right into a splitter down onto the belts. I wonder why those are not let's see here. Oh, right. So this is actually what I'm doing here is actually interfering with the 4 stack. As you can see right here, the splitter is alternating single product with a 4 stack. So if I didn't put these additional miners on here, which are not really needed because, yeah, 5,500 per minute. There would be more than that going in. Now these will switch as soon as the splitter empties. Now they're switched to a 4 stack. There you go. Now you got a proper 4 stack going in. I did this initially because didn't have a stack limit. So I just made sure that the belts were saturated as much as possible. And that was obviously that was before vane utilization and all those other goodies were in there. Now that they're on, these are all pointless because the advanced miner does well enough on its own. Doesn't need help. Yes, now as far as this goes, the box method, this is now deprecated, but since these were all built way early on, now with the tech limit, I can literally, and I have been doing this on a number of my factories, just completely eliminate the boxes, 1 belt of 120 per second going on down the line on both sides. If I need more than that, I can always throw a second belt in there. Yeah, it's pretty old. I got 700 and almost 770 hours on it. Yeah, it's fairly old. Yeah, I've got what is my current? I've got 4,725 hours altogether in Dyson Sphere. All right, let's find our titanium production and find out if it's suffering at all. Actually, no, it's the iron, so we wanted to do the iron. Magnets are fine. See, this can all be changed to a how much metadata do I have? I don't even know. I don't even, my brain doesn't acknowledge metadata. What's that all about? Is that is that a research thing? Oh, down here, metadata. I don't know what the metadata is or what it does. Realization. Realize metadata one-to-one as matrices are sent. Oh, matrices and sent them to the inventory. That's Chinese translation to English for you. Oh, it lets you buy out tech in another. Oh, right. Yeah, I heard about that too. I also heard you can kill your achievements by doing that as well. Meta EM. What is current amount of metadata equals the amount of metadata minus the amount of used metadata in every game save. Cloud save is not supported for metadata. What are these things? They're cool looking gems. Ah. So you can have research for that game right off. Okay. Metadata can be obtained by producing matrices at the matrices yield per minute. To buy out technology directly or realize as matrix. I've never gotten into this part of the game. Okay, 3 research cubes. Okay, that makes the colors make sense. All the different colored cubes up to white. Interesting. I don't know what this realization is. Realize metadata one-to-one as matrices and send them to the inventory. Oh, so this is saying I've got 2,000 blue that I can send into my inventory. But it says current available amount is only 127. Since you cannot use the metadata contributed by current cluster address, it equals net amount minus current cluster address equals net amount minus current cluster address contribution. Well, that's gone beyond the capacity of my 2 brain cells. Gotcha. I gotcha. So, clicking on these would not do anything other than if I was starting a new save, then I could click on those and I would get blue, red, yellow, and purple, but no green and obviously no white. Because zeros. Oh, I would get green or white. I'd get that amount of green and white. Okay. No? Oh, sorry, chat delay. It's about a 7-second delay. Gotcha. Zeros for this save. I gotcha. I never did that. I never did any of that. I just, produce it the normal way. The real way. The way you're supposed to do it. I'm not even sure what a jump would do other than maybe freeing up some, you know, if I was on the beginning of the tree, you know, wherever these were just opening up some technology sooner, I guess is what it would do. Temporary boost. 10-hour speed run. There you go. Yeah, they're talking about the update coming in pretty well. I don't know how soon is. They promised this year. And they've said both 50% and 60% done. I don't know which one was accurate. But if they said it's going to get in before the end of the year, then it'll get in before the end of the year. For certain. What do we got here? So 80 a minute on the machines. Of course, it's piled up, so that one's also 80 a minute. Alright, let's see if we can locate our iron. There's our titanium. Actually, this might be... that's a drone issue, not a... Of course, there's plenty of drones over in the ILS that they're coming from. Getting a full 30 a second, well, it was just a second ago. It was a full 30 a second going across the line. It stopped. 1800 a minute both sides. Titanium. This should be 0. It is 0. This side should be 0. It is 0. I only did one side. I only doubled up on one side. That was kind of silly. Let's find out where iron is and see why it's copper is fine. Graphite, stone, iron. Dun dun dun. Ah, we just fixed that. Okay, all good. Going on here? What is this? Unfinished business here? What's going on? Oh, this was an experiment. Belt output, belt line versus copper. I mean, belt line versus boxes. Alright, so let's do this. Just delete all of that. 30 per second per belt. And 30 per second per belt. And that is because 2 belts, 1 box line. So double production at 120 a minute. And we still got machines that are not doing anything because belt limit. Oh. Zombie made a mess again. We'll take a look at that right after the break, buddy. We'll be right back. Okie doke, we are back, and hopefully the ads should be over with for everybody. And took an opportunity to hydrate, bio break, caffeinate, all that good stuff. Darn, right, so we were going to check something here on our... Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that either. Meant to do that and that. Anyway, Zombie, you were saying you messed something up again. Hit me. Hit me. All right, you destroyed one of your save games. What happened? See, this belt is saturated way before. These guys are not getting a chance to output. Two of them are, every once in a while. But that's because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12. 12 machines are constantly outputting. So that's all you need for one belt. 12 machines for one belt. What a waste. And then these two are sitting idle. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12 constant, 13 intermittently. 13 and 14 intermittently, but 12 constant. So one belt is 12 machines, or I've got 1, 2 machines idle. Two machines idle on a single box line. That's what this was as a comparison. One, two, 3 machines idle. So what have we got? We got 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 30. So 30 smelters, 3 machines idle. 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 and 15. $30 machines, 2 belts, and well, those 2 were idle a second ago. So in what way was it underproducing, Zombie? I mean, all of the resources, or just 1 or 2, or what were you seeing as far as numbers? Oh, thank you, honey. Aw, that's sweet. Oh, I got snack. I got snack. I've been loving it since he's home from school. I get stuff delivered. Oh, you didn't have much built. Okay. So was that a fresh start using box method? Yep. And you were utilizing yeah, you gotta be careful. Box method obviously can work for you, but it takes a lot of work getting used to how it works and understanding its mechanics and then balancing that out. The bot method has its own issues that I showed the other day. If you have, because the distribution system of the bots is the exact same for drones and vessels. It's all age based, And if you have too many of something on a planet, something's going to suffer because of the age priority for bots, vessels, and drones. It's very difficult. I'm hoping they address that in the next update. They've been working really hard on combat. I hope they have not been ignoring the priority system. We really need some tools to for users to set the priorities of the ILS, PLS, and distributor bots. Really, really need that. This is just wrong now also. Get a 4 stack on all of those. There it comes. There we go. So that's 120 a second per belt, so 9 belts. I also don't like the fact that these slow down the closer to the end that they get. So if I took all of these out, see that? 20,000 a minute. I don't like the fact that it slows down as it approaches the end. It's kind of like radioactive isotopes decaying with a half-life. I don't like the half-life decay of the miner. You watch, as soon as we start getting above 6 or 7, there we go. Slowing down as we get up to 6,000. I hate that. There's no reason for that. Stay at 20,000 a minute until it hits max, and then it can shut off. Well, I don't need this decay. Don't need it. Setting a PLS to only collect from orbitals versus planets. Yes, ILS is correct. But even so, ILS is collecting from orbitals. Like, I've got a good dozen gas giants tapped with 40 orbitals each, sending me hydrogen and deuterium. Again, it's age-based. It depends on what order you placed your orbitals down on gas giants, which determines which ones the ILSs will collect from, even if it's across the entire star cluster. The first ones you placed down will be the first ones collected from, which pretty much sucks. I don't like the way they do that. I don't like the way this decays as you approach the max. It doesn't change the amount of power it's using. Maybe it is. But you know what? Fill it up, shut it off. That's my motto. No. So, yeah. Didn't get one vein. Oh my goodness. Tragedy. Okay. We got one idle on this whole entire line. And one idle, two idle. One, two idle on this line. So 28 of 30 operating, 29 of 30 operating. Get rid of these. Get rid of this ridiculousness. I generally don't come back and deconstruct or reconstruct things, but, you know, sometimes it's prudent. See, this is not delivering fast enough, so I don't have a saturated belt. I'm not getting 30 per second. So this is wrong. Bottom box can be 0 and it still transports. These boxes are invisible because it goes straight on through. So we're adding a second set of belts and making sure they get power. What happened to my music? Somebody swiped my music. Someone swiped my mojo. No, that's not it. Can't be doing that. It's not DMCA approved. No. What happened? Bear with me just a second, because, yeah. Sorry about that. Oh my gosh. So not ready on the mute button with that. My apologies. No, 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 no,
Welcome
no,
to my YouTube
no.
channel. This doesn't have a particular topic on it, but it is a mishmash or potpourri of topics, rants, raves, gaming
Oh.
tips and tricks, how-tos.
That is completely messed up.
Welcome to my YouTube channel. This doesn't have a particular topic on it, but it is a
Hopefully that should fix it. Jiminy Christmas. Okay, right. All right, this line needs to be longer. Okay, let's see. Let's just grab. No, let's not do that. Let's get those. That's gonna mess up those power poles just all over the place. I don't like that. I've got every other one. Of course, those are all wrong. All right. It's not every other one either. That's outside, outside. Oh, I see what's going on. That's what that's all about. Okay. Alright, so we'll just do this. It's a whole lot better to grab them. Think you ought to save. Without the power poles. And then put the poles in right after. Heck, got them all. A lot of rocks on this planet. Alright, they all got plenty now. Okay. So. Titanium's certainly not an issue anymore, so that's good. Same with the iron ingots. Now, magnetic rings are magnets. Magnets. This 18 megawatts is not enough, so we'll pop that up to 36. They don't seem to be having an issue, but that's a pretty short line, and there's a lot of them that are idle. There's a reason for that as well. Go. It's probably going to hit right around 2,500 a minute. Maybe. Maybe 27? See, this is where both lines maxed out. Probably going to hit close to 3,200 a minute when we get to this spot right here. No, I reckon probably about 3,000. There's 3,000. Yeah, we're not going to get 3,100. So right about there, after a full minute of being on. we go. It's got to stabilize at 3060. 3065. More? It is more right here. What about there? If it stays on. Well, it's still increasing. Right about there. Oh, slowing down again. Oh well. Well, I reckon that probably would have hit 3100. Okay, that's all good. So this planet is fine as is. For silicon and titanium. Here's an all belt titanium. Stacked belts. Double belt on the output, double belts on the input. Actually, that's 4 belts on the input. Going on here. Oh, outputs on the middle. Inputs between them. So outputs overlapped on top, so the outputs down the middle back to the with only 3 lanes going in, 4 lanes into 3. And outputs on the outside as well for the outside row. Yeah, titanium's not an issue here at all. Can definitely get rid of these, because they're not helping. All they're doing is making a stack count fewer. There they Huh. These guys don't need drones at all. Because they're belted straight across. That's 360 a second. Right, so that's proliferated. That way we don't get any contamination with drones bringing them from somewhere else. Still doing it though. That's why. They only need to be taking ingots up to the supply islands. Now this guy is belted as well. Storage. Not very fast here. Alright, so good thing we popped by over here. This side's backing up and this side's still going. Why is this side backed up? That should be 1800 right there. Oh. That should help. There we go. Much better. All right, so we don't have to worry about the titanium. So we only need to look, we're going to take a look at broadband and plane filters on the factory planet. And we're going to stop this craziness. And allow those to fully stack. There we go, fully stacked. Much more better. I should have hit 1800 by now. Oh, they're getting up there. Sort of. That's not working right there. Those are at 1800 solid. This side's not quite. Something's missing. Well, they're all on. Oh, whoa, here we go. 3/2. These are actually the rare 6/1 grid. And that's because of grid crunch. And then let's check something out here. These have to be 3/2, but these, I believe, can be closer. So let's do this. And copy that. Yep. Oops. Yep, I knew that would fit better. Now we're getting 6/1. Oh, come on. There it is. Ah. There we go. Now we should get 1800 on those. No, we're not connected here yet. There we go. Fixed. There we go. 30 per second. 60 per second between the two of them. So, this is the rare circumstance where you actually get an inserter to go 6 trips over one grid, 6 trips per second over one grid. This is the usual case where it's 3 trips per second over a grid spacing of 2 grids. And as you can see, they're definitely moving right along. These are a little bit delayed, which which is why we have more of them. And these were up to 1800, but yeah, the lines evacuated a little bit, so that's all right. All the smelters are on, and that's what's important. And this number climbing as quick as it is, we could actually probably bump that up to, we could bump that up to 100 on the drones so that they're taking 100 at a time. Or what is it, 200? 200 at a time. That's probably a little better. Okay. Well, that's another little something fixed up. This is quite inefficient here. I mean, it's full up, but it's a single belt. That's a fairly long line, too. And a lot of idle machines, so we need to fix that. This is... half of this is not even operating. More than half of it's not operating. That should bring some more machines online. Okay. That keeps the line saturated. Oh, hang on, gotta finish that off. There we go. That's 120 per second. Oh, I see why I was doing that. So these two are talking by drones because all of those are feeding both PLSs. That's why we were doing that. So this one's feeding by belt. That one doesn't need drones. Directly fed. That one does not need to supply ore anywhere. It's getting ore directly fed to it. This one can definitely supply. And it can supply to this one. There we go. Of course, it's not getting proliferated, but that's all right because we're going to proliferate it right here. Better. Okay. So, finished product gets supplied. Just transferred. Finished product gets supplied. Ore is on demand from here. Yay. It's amazing that these miners can feed 2 PLSs and keep them stocked up. So, 9 belts keeps one and the drones keeps the other. Perfect. Okay. And I believe that's the rounds. This one is belt fed. Still not keeping up though, that's the thing. There is plenty on tap. There is plenty on tap, but we're still not getting a full 120 per second. Interesting. I'm just sampling these smelters because I want to make sure they're all on production speed up, which is double speed at 60 a minute. Oh my goodness, that scared me. Alright, 5 seconds away from break, folks. We'll be back shortly. Okay, let the madness ensue. It looks like it's... That is not... It's not the full capacity of the belts. It's darn close, but it's not... Not exactly sure what's going on there. They can't get closer than 3 and 2. But they are loading up for some reason. Alright, just out of curiosity, I'm just going to do something really stupid here. And see if that saturates the belt. No, it's not even utilizing the top 3 inserters. It's not even getting that far. So, in actuality, this line could be longer. It certainly could. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, we'll go to there. Just in case we need to go a little further than that, which we've got the room to go. That should saturate the belt. Pretty close, but still backing up. Now the belts are saturating. That's what the problem was, is we were introducing a delay. That's what the problem was with both. We were introducing a delay with both 2 slots open. It really needs to be reduced down to the 1. That has definitely saturated the belt, though. Bet you that line stays saturated while the other line uppers. Almost. Almost. It's close. Getting a lot closer to 120% or 60 per second. That one seems to be stuck. Saturated the line again. And now it's back down. Helps a little bit, just momentarily, but that's the box slot glitching thing. All 6 inserters are getting utilized, and that's the point. That's approaching 120 per second there. It's probably right at about 100 per second. Okay, well, we get what we get. Very close to our target. The important thing is that we're not suffering here, and we are. So no drones in. Oh, this is probably part of the problem right there. Let's get that up to. Let's just go 300. That should send vessels and drones. This one's full up. They're getting there. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 out of 6 probably not getting as much as they could be. I mean, product is getting delivered. We've got capacity for more. That's basically what it comes down to. Let's take a look and see what our copper's doing okay. This is interesting. Oh, it's picking back up again. All right, silicon 22K a minute. 23K a minute. We're going back crazy on silicon. We're making 11.4 a minute, 11.4K a minute. Those will eventually catch up. All right, it is time to go make a visit to our science. He does it. Not as close as I thought I was going to be. Okay, we are well, the white's definitely on, but I see saturated yellow, red, blue, green, purple, and maybe antimatter's the issue. Maybe antimatter. It looks fine. Yellow's not quite making it all the way down to the end there. And that would be why. What are we lacking? Anything? No, it's just not producing fast enough, that's all. Not enough labs. because they're all on. Yeah, that's just too short. That should be way more than that. What are we colliding with? Power post? Oh yeah, one grid space. Which means I need to copy one more. Go copy up to there, but not those. There we go. That's the way. Alright, let's bring some of these in, bring some of those in, bring some of those in. That should fill them up. And of course, right to the top. Alright, start offloading. That should help with the yellow delivery. Oops. That'll probably take a few minutes to get up to speed. As long as it doesn't saturate the belt to stop this one, because that's where the belt splits. That's pretty close to saturated. Pretty close. If it gets saturated to prevent us from sending more, we'll skip up over a couple, because these are actually not getting enough. Well, there's some pretty big gaps in there versus this one only having one or two gaps. Probably should do that anyway. Oops. So we'll connect that one there. 1, 2, 3. And we'll take this one. And break it right there. What do you mean collide? Now we got those down in the bottom belt. Oh, that might have been one too many. No, it's got a gap. It's got enough to pop them out there. Not very often. That might have been one stack too many. Depends on how often they shut off. All right, it's a timing issue. It's not too bad. I think we're pretty close. All right, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stacks. 9 stacks for yellow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right there. That should do. So 2, 4, 6, 8. That means it can handle one more stack, and then it'll be maxed out on those belts. Alright, that should have fixed the yellow issue. Yep. Alright, so belt saturated all the way down. And belt saturated all the way down. Alright. It looks like antimatter is actually doing okay. All the way down to the end of the line. Yep. Yep, everything all the way down to the end. Alright, so we're good. That means we're photons and antimatter's fine. Yay. Alright. That means these are all done as well. And these purple appear to be done as well with some broadband left over. Not much. Should be able to dump those off nicely over here. Come on, mouse, where are you? Can't hardly see you in all of this. Okay. Good. Now purple's not saturated, but how many have we got on a belt? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've only got 6 towers on the belt. 6 stacks. Of course, that's not even coming close to saturating this belt. Now, we're going to check something. Let's do, all right, so if we doubled 720, it looks like. If we doubled 720, oh, 850. Depends on how many turn on at the same time. It's still only 1700. It's not 30 a second yet. Yep, alright, so we can get pretty close to doubling that, so what do we say, 6 stacks are on? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we could probably break that right there. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That sounds good to me. Actually, before we do that, just want to make sure that there's enough gap for that first stack to unload. And that looks about right. So that's 12. That's 12 towers of purple. That is giving us 14, I saw 1430 flash up there. Yeah, I saw 1420 for a second there, split second. I wish this showed a peak. It'd be nice if this was, I know that's 7,200, but it would be nice to see. What if we set a target? What if we set 1420? 720, really? I said 1420. Defaults to 720. That's funny. Thanks, autosave. Timing is impeccable. Still only goes to 720. That's kind of stupid. Target flow is 720. Should be 7,200 as the top. And it's saying it's failed. Target flow. Oh yeah. Yeah, target flow is greater than 720. Now I want my target flow over 6 seconds. Let's do that over 1 second. Now let's do this. Let's do over 1 minute. We want 1,800 a minute. There we go. All right, so 1420 is a little less than that. Pretty sure it's going up steady. I'm pretty sure it's off 1420. But it was only momentary, so it's not going to spend the whole time up there. So it looks like it's only going to average about 1235 to 1240 a minute. Or a stack of 12 towers. Or 12 stacks of 15 towers. We've lost some proliferation on the broadband too. Oh, and the processors. They're contaminated. Some are 2s and some are 3s. Doesn't matter, they're proliferated going in, so that's why we have them on the inputs as well, because sometimes there are and sometimes they're contaminated. Right, well, it's obviously it's below 1800, so that is going to keep the towers on. So it's only 5 on that belt, so we can add 7 more and it'll be fine. However, We're not sucking for purple. Yeah, we are. Alright, so let's do that on the other side. Right there. No, that's not a... Maybe it is. There we go. Like magic. Okie doke. So that is 12 on the first belt, 5 on the second. And we're going to take that many without the towers. Oh, are you kidding? Well, that's going to be even worse. Actually needs to come out to here. Oops. That's messed up. That's better. Perfect. There's 5, 7, 9, 11. Just taking those processes a long time to get down there. Are these not 1-to-1? They are definitely 1-to-1. Oh, what are we doing? Are we supposed to be doing extra product? Extra product? Yeah, it looks like we're doing all extra product instead of production speed up. Yep, extra product. Oh, well, there's production speed up instead of extra product. Maybe that's why I've got so few blue. Which means I could probably get away with a whole lot fewer towers. Oh, I know I could. Yeah, these are all on extra product. But anyway, what are we looking at? The outside, which was the top belt, that will eventually catch up to the 1240 we're doing at the bottom. Uh-oh. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's starting to get momentum. Yeah, so. That's fairly balanced out. The other side is going to be doing the exact same thing. That's why I didn't put any traffic counters on it. We just don't want to be sucking too badly. And just like yellow is catching up, purple will also be catching up. But that's how fast our bots are delivering product. Going through pretty quick. I mean, what's our purple looking like here? 4,500 a minute roughly. Slowly climbing. Oh, about 4,500 a minute. Yellow's at 4,800 a minute, so I imagine if anything the red is what's gonna be the first alarm to go off. If I were gonna do this right. So all we gotta do is check white. I mean, we're sucking down white faster than we're producing it. Well, it appears it's jumping back and forth. It appears we're consuming it. Well, we were consuming it faster than the white was producing. It's flip-flopped. There, it's flip-flopping again. Hang on, this whole thing has changed. Science is still going, but it's not consuming as fast as it was. It's pretty interesting. Production's staying above consumption though. That's rather interesting. Here goes consumption, it's up to 44. Production's trying to reach 45. Consumption is catching up now, only 25 behind. Only 20 behind. Oh, now it's 30 behind. That's weird. Very, very weird. 4520 production, 4,500 consumption. Oh, consumption's picking up again. And there it goes. Screams right past the production. Ah. I don't know what the reason for that is. Bet you it's antimatter. Production is definitely ramped up, and so is consumption. That's interesting. Let's see what it looks like from above. Oops. All the towers are on. Ah. There it is. Purple's not making it all the way down. On that one row. Which means I probably don't have enough. No, they're not full up, so it's not a matter of he's not delivering, he's not delivering. That one just delivered. So we got one full on. We got two full on. And the rest are intermittent. So it is, we're still waiting for it to catch up is what it is. So I reckon that's 12 and 12 is 24. Hold on. Product's not getting all the way down here. That's just not enough product for the belt. That's a 4-stack. Got plenty of it, it's just not delivering it fast enough. Okay, so that's what our issue is. We're consuming faster than we're... That should be 7,200 a minute. Okay, 7,200 a minute, that's 120 a second, is not fast enough. To keep all the labs. So right about there. Some get by, but it's not steady. And yet, broadband is stocked right to the very end. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's 2 to 1. Yellow was 1 to 1. All right, 2 to 1. That means we need another feed. Oh my gosh. I never knew that. These guys are on. That one's on. But it's not just enough to get all the way down. So 12 and 11 is 23, 22, 21 and a half hours. $21 and a half towers. YOLO! Thanks for the lurk, buddy. I didn't even see that. Welcome on in, and thank you for the lurk. So 12 and 11 is 23, 22, 21. So not quite 21 not quite 42 towers consistently. It is starting to get down here. Really slowly. Yeah, so this tower's so about 21 and about 41 and a half towers. 41 and a half stack of labs. So it only needs just a little bit of boost. Could just break the line there and start another one, but I'd much rather see the line saturated, you know? And that's certainly not enough to keep. What do we got? 7 distributors busy? Only 2 handles all of it. And yet, all 6 of the yellow distributors are busy. Oh, the reason it's only 2 is because it's not filling up. All right, so solutions. I could run a second belt. Drop it in right about here. That could do it. I reckon a second belt is the solution, but yeah, I could bring in a left room actually right here to do that. How would I sneak it in there though? I got those sprayers right up in there. Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll have another break first, and then we'll be back after the break. Okay. Well, hope everybody got refreshed and all that. Okay. I reckon. First of all, let's do this. Yellow threw down a alert for us, so we're gonna give him a shout out. I didn't realize he was here. Good friend of the community, great streamer.
Hey. Now. You support Pedro! Hey! Don't beat up on Pedro.
Uh,
I'll take a photo of Pedro getting yeeted.
That looks like Phasmophobia, even though he was playing Sea of Thieves last. He's a big fan of Phasmophobia. Yeah. Alright, let's try something here. Lack of item. Am I really lack of item? Not anymore. So let's try this. And just for precaution's sake, we always proliferate just out of precaution. We'll take this. From here, and let's see if we can go up to and get over the top of should be able to. Look at that. A little bit cheaty. We'll bring it back down to 1. There we go. All right. We'll bring it to there. And then we will cut the cord. Actually, we're going to back that up just a touch. That should do the trick. That should light up all the purple. And indeed it does. A little bit of jank there, but all in the name of getting
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Yes, please, Jeeves. Thank you very much. Fox the Second, thank you very much for the follow, and thanks very much for coming to the stream. Hope you have a good rest, and see you next time. And anytime you got questions, just let me know. Oh, that is some sunlight coming in the window there. Alright, so we have successfully addressed that lack of supply issue. And ever so slowly, that is going to take some time, because the bots are delivering as fast as they're being produced. That will start to build just like the yellow did. And we did step up above our production, so that's the way we like it. Green is going to be our next issue, so green will run out first. What's green? Green is 1-to-1. Purple is the only one that's not a 1-to-1 situation. Wouldn't you know? Everything else is 1-to-1. Thank you, autosave. Yeah, of course they had to do that, right? So, with that being said, we can help it along. As soon as we grab a few more labs. No. Yeah. Oh, maybe not that many. And of course those light it all up nicely. Now the belts are getting closer to saturated. As long as the last one has a few slots to dump, should be okay. Well, the bots are definitely keeping up. That's not a problem. We got 17. Thought I saw 17 there. Yep, 16, 17, 20, 1780. Almost 30 per second, almost 1800 a minute. That's the top belt, so just go and double check to make sure that tower is getting a chance to unload, and it's not. Almost. There it goes. Just barely has a chance to unload a few. Well, it's enough to keep the top tower going. All right, we're happy with that. It's very close to its 1800 a minute. And they're still trying to stack up, but those bots are busy at it. All right. Happy days there. Oh, look at it. Processors. So processors are coming from right here. So that's our next task, is we'll have to boost our processor production, because obviously that's 2 to 1. Thank you very much, Youth Cat. There we go. Oh, it'd be nice if it could spell. There we go. 2600 inbound, but it's not getting here fast enough to keep that flow going, so. For right now, purple is saturated, but that's not going to last. Let's go to our factory system, and let's start with number 3. And we'll aim for a bias. The ETA doesn't matter so much, but we're going to aim for the bias to be right as close to 0 as possible. And that should put us on once we get up to our max sail speed, which we are. So we'll move our mouse around just a little bit. It's pretty close to 0. And then we'll go. And we'll see how close we hit that target. Oh, not even close. Alright, this will give the planet a chance to solidify as it comes into view. Whee! Bounced right off. We almost hit processors dead on, too. Because that's right here. And it's a bot line, so that's good. Yeah, we can boost that up quite a bit. And good thing it's a bot line, because we can extend this out pretty far without issue, and it's obviously not very long. Why are these guys lack of material? What? Microcrystalline. Alright, let's take a look at our microcrystalline before we get to expanding that. Yeah. See if I can spot which direction that's coming from. And there we are. That could be faster, so we can boost that production as well. That's a belt line. This is a box line. We might convert this to a belt line as well. Yeah, we might convert this to a belt line because we got room to do it. Too bad the splitter won't give us two priorities. It's only going to give us one priority output. So we're going to have to use two splitters. And we'll run them side by side. All right, we'll let the crystalline components it's probably going to be too close to allow two belts through there. We'll let those filter on down the line. And emptied out pretty fast. Those are going to take a little while, so we'll go ahead and start building this out. So we know these are 1-to-1. Oh no, they're 2-to-1, so green. Green's going to go on the inside. And copper's going to go on the outside. But what we're going to want is we're going to cut, no, we're going to cut that one off. We're going to pull green from here down to there, except that's going to be in the way. Oh, it's the turn. Now the trick is going to be copper is going to go in. Yeah, I know how we can do this. Copper's going to go in there. Green. Yeah. Comes out there. So we will get a copper. That should allow for both inserters. So copper from the outside, silicone from the inside. Actually, can a splitter fit in there? It sure can. We're going to do that instead. So we're going to have the top come out and connect here. We're going to have the bottom. Make sure we select the bottom. Yeah. That's how we'll do it. Then we will get a silicone to feed in and a copper to feed in. Beautiful. Okay. That's much more better. And these are definitely on the wrong setting. That way we don't have to change too much to get the same result. This should be empty by now. And we certainly don't need satellite substations feeding this mess. But yeah. Certainly don't. We will for that side. Yep, and the lights go out on a couple of those inserters. Okay. Those are all going to come on at the same time, so that'll probably pretty much evacuate the feed line, as you can see. But it fills up pretty quick. The silicon's going to be the most important because it's 2 to 1. So 2 silicon to 1 copper. $90 a minute. I figured that was going to be the case. Plenty of bots on the move now. I mean drones. Because they're going to be keeping the silicon ingots up to speed. And we're also going to increase that a little bit because MC chips or MC components need to be a little bit better, a little bit faster than that. I'm really surprised that this is working with a single feed going down here. But none of them are yellow dotting, so what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, so that's 40 assemblers off of one line. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. That's 40 assemblers as well. It seems to be holding up, so the output is not saturated, so where those greens go? Not stopping, are they? Oh, there we go. Just for a moment. It stopped just for a split second on one side, so you know what? There's actually room. There is actually room. No, that's a tight squeeze right there. One more port open to feed that splitter. You know what we're going to do instead? I figured that was going to be a tight squeeze. Can I get it past? No. Should be able to go underneath. Yes. Like that. Now we should be able to extend that quite nicely. So let's take all of that, except not those. Not that. Not that or that. That should do fine. That should do fine. And there we go. Simplicity. That will likely saturate these two lines. Or darn close. Oh, it's not going to because... Yep. Number one, that needs to be turned off. These should likely be a 1. And they are. Very good. Should do much better. This is going to be a problem because, well, maybe not. Yeah, it's going to collide with the satellite substation. Not tall enough to reach the top of the stack. Ooh. Got a little blinky blink power issue. As well as the fact that these poles don't reach to the top. But that's alright, let's try something else. I wonder how tall wireless towers reach. Oh, it doesn't matter, can't fit in here. Gonna have to be like that. And we'll fix the power in just a minute. Okay. First of all, a 0, correct. A 1. And a 1. And a 1. Fiery boy, how are you doing? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Bill Andrews Doggos. Love it. Wish those came with a sound effect. They do in his channel, but not in mine. Okay, that should... I bet you it's going to be a problem right there. Nope, that should be fine. So we will take this out to... up to there. Yeah, Casimir Crystal sucks. Do you wanna... you wanted something to take a look at to see if it might help you out, because I just finished up with the Casimir, with the microcrystalline components issue. Oh, hang on, almost finished up. Alright, hang on just a second. Let me just throw on a couple more stacks here. Alright, we want these to be 1s. This one's going to be a 0. And we'll go ahead and throw... those in. So that's a 1. Nope. Yep, that's a 1. That's a 0. That's a 1. 1 down the line. Okay, excellent. We'll go ahead and put an extra one there. And these guys down to... right there. That turns off all the yellow lights. Almost. Oh, green. Now, why is green not getting down here? Seriously. Oh, because it's waiting on green from the towers. Alright, that'll all get here. And that takes care of... well, no, that's the processors we're gonna do. Alright, so Casimir. Casimir is quite the little challenge. First, which recipe are you using? Are you using the optical grading recipe? or are you using the original titanium, graphene, and hydrogen? So that would be either titanium or titanium or optical grating, since the graphene and the hydrogen are the same for both. Yep. Okay. So if you're mining for the optical grading, if you're mining for the organics, that's probably the bottleneck at this point, yes? Not enough titanium crystal getting there? Yep. Okay, so because Casimir crystal is such a huge challenge, and the reason it's a huge challenge in both of these recipes is 12 hydrogen. 12 hydrogen doesn't sound like it's a problem because there's, ice giants or gas giants and ice giants both provide hydrogen. It's also a byproduct of oil refining. But that's not the issue. The issue is the stack count. Hydrogen only stacks to 20, like all other gases and liquids. And that sucks, and that's the fault of YouthCat Studios, because having a stack count of 20 for a product that requires 12 of that stack for a single machine out of 20 makes it a big problem. So that means Casimir lines are going to be fairly short. And mine started that way. This one's even pretty short, but my Casimir crystal lines were usually about 5 long, which is 10 assemblers, 5 or 6, which is 10 or 12 assemblers, in order to get Casimir produced, because hydrogen. Stacks of 20, right? That's the suckiest part about it. The second suckiest part is, even though optical grading is a stack of 8, at least the stack count is 50 on these. So you get, 6 pulled off of a slot, leaving 2 left over. So 6 times 8 is 48. So you don't get to have a whole lot of machines in a row, because your supply line gets sucked dry so fast. So the trick is a number of short runs of the crystal lined up side by side. And then it's merely a matter of making sure you've got plenty of supply on whatever you're using, like the titanium crystals. Making sure you got plenty going in of each PLS, and have 4 or 5 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 side by side, because you cannot draw long lines of Casimir crystals and expect them to work. The only way that works is right here, bot lines. Even box method, even my box method Casimirs suffered hugely that I had to take them down. Here's one right here. So plenty going in to satisfy the demand of the machines. This doesn't work so good because it screws up the box method system. I even got a contamination right here that should be hydrogen right there. But this line barely runs because these guys are doing so great. So again, I got a bot line. It's short, but I got another one that I was experimenting with, and I got it drawn out quite a few. Using belts is going to really suck because belts are restricted to, well, in this case, 120 per second at a stack of 4. But that's going to pull 3 stacks off of a belt immediately into a machine. So 3 stacks of 4 is 12 hydrogen. So you're not going to have very long lines. I'll zoom this out just a little bit so you can get a good look at what's going on here. So I've got 3 different supplies. I've got a distributor supplying optical, which you can substitute for your titanium. A supply of hydrogen off of 2 bots, or two distributor bots, which unfortunately these guys are going off and doing other things, so not just supplying the line, but you can see there are some going off. That's the problem with having more than one product going to a distributor bot, because there's a bunch coming out and going off somewhere else instead of to my line. Fortunately, it doesn't affect the line too much because I have 2 distributor bots for hydrogen. And then I have my Casimir is going out through a box line. And graphene is getting fed on a belt. So let's go on over where you can see it here. So my graphene 120 per second split down each side, feeding the assemblers. Then I have one set of distributors with either optical or titanium, and then another set hydrogen, and then all 3, one coming off of a belt, one coming off of each distributor. That's all 3 items. That could help you quite a bit. It depends on how available, if you're up to distributor bots, if you're up to those, that can help tremendously. The big problem is that you don't have too many things on the planet that require the same ingredient, because just like PLS and ILS, those distributor bots are indiscriminate. They will go off to wherever they're needed. Unless it's the only thing. If hydrogen was the only item here, just like optical grading tools are, that's the only place they go to. Yep. So that's just like with PLS and ILS, is that's the one thing you have to worry about, is where the bots are going to go. Even though it's a requester, it's going to request it by age. The priority is by age. So if these 2 bots were not the first ones put down, this requester will go get it from one of the first distributor bots put down with the same item in it. It won't come to just these. That's the problem with the age priority. Welcome back, Siwa. How was the show? Not sure why I have that extra belt going on there. That belt's really not needed. Which is probably why I don't have it designated. Oh no! We got a break coming up in about 6 seconds, and we'll be back shortly after that break. Be right back. it can be a little bit of a problem. I think I had mine set up because I was not getting enough optical grading crystals sent over, and that's why I think I had that second belt set up and ready. It really doesn't need to be there as long as there's plenty in here to deliver. And I opened that up to 5 slots, and as you can see, it'll go back and forth between 3 and 5 full slots. So that's okay. And that also means I'm full up on Casimir. And that's what we want, is we want a full stack of Casimir going. It's okay that hydrogen is not proliferated here because it's coming from planets, but it is getting proliferated before it goes to the bots and distributed. So there we go. I could open this up. Doesn't have to be. But there we go. Now, the quantum chips are a different issue because plane filters, which is on our to-do list over here, broadband and plane filters. So broadband was an issue, plane filters are an issue because they're not making enough quantum chips. It was because of processors. We fixed the processor issue. So now we've got to fix the plane filters. Yeah, hydrogen does suck pretty much. And probably 4 to 5 Casimirs, like I was saying, you know, line the factories up side by side. They're going to be short, you know. 10 or 12 assemblers at a time is the most you're going to be able to get off of belts and bots. Well, belts. Bot line's a little different. Yeah, the quantum filters are... I mean, the quantum chips are fun because the plane filters take so long to manufacture, but even quantum chips, that's 1 every 6 seconds. Plane filters, I think, are even longer. Yeah, 1 every 12 seconds. So we're going to go boost our plane filter production so that we don't have that issue. That should be... There's our broadband. I didn't think our broadband was the issue, so it's going to be plane filters. And while we're here, since I'm here, might as well fix this because I don't want it sitting here. So I've got 2 products got in the way. The graphene and the optical grading got in the way, but there's still 2 lines operating, which is okay. But, we're just going to put those in anyway. And this is another little problem with the boxes. This should be, it's a stack of 20. That box is being fed by a belt, so that automatically should be 20, and so should that. So it's a little bit of a problem. And graphene is up here. All right. Now, our plane filters. 6 frames per second. That depends. 6 frames per second will handle... Well, Q-chip requires 2 every 6 seconds, so that's 1 every 3 seconds. So 6 frames per second. Oh, hang on, frames or plane filters? You're talking about the frame material for the Dyson? Frames, right. Well, those are made 1 every 6 seconds, so if you're making 6 per second, that depends on what you're going to use them in. If you're going to put them into the Dyson Sphere components, that's 1 component every 8 seconds, and it's going to take 3 frames each time. So 3 frames over 8 seconds, that's some difficult math. So that's 2.5. No, not 2.5. Back up. 3 every 8 seconds is 1 every 2.5 seconds. Almost. So it's 1 every 2.5 seconds equals 7 frames per second for 1 component, not 7 frames per second. So it's 3 frames every 8 seconds, and you're making 6 a second. So that'll depend on how many, that'll depend on how many assemblers you've got lined up. If you're making them for something else, obviously you need 20 every 30 seconds for 1 artificial star. And I don't think you're mass producing any of those 3 items. You're probably mass producing Dyson Sphere components. Yay! Well, yeah, malls are a different story. So if you're going to be pulling from your mall, depending on what planet you go to request those components from, that's going to be travel time plus how fast you're making them. So there's a lot of timing factors that get involved with that. So glass, titanium glass, and plane filters, right? Yep. So we've got plenty of product for each. We just are not producing them fast enough. And it looks like they're coming down the line pretty slow, so this line is probably too short, because there are only 2 inserters at a time even on or going. So they're passing them along pretty slow. And we don't have any yellow dotted machines. And this is a pretty long line too. No yellow dots, they're working. There's part of a problem. That's why this line is so long, because I've got the machine set incorrectly. Extra product. What a huge mistake. We don't want extra product, we want speed. We want to make twice as many in the same amount of time. So we have got proliferated titanium glass. We've got proliferated casimir. So now we want to speed up that process. It's going to give us a power issue. Yeah, there's a use for having an extra product. I'd much rather just have the product sooner. Because if you're going to do extra product, you might as well forget about calculating, because your calculations have to include the extra product every time, whereas it's a whole lot easier. There's 15 a minute. It's a whole lot easier to calculate 15 a minute than it is to calculate one product every 12 seconds and then every fourth cycle an extra one. The math is too difficult. Besides which, you get twice as much product sooner, and most people need the product sooner than later. So having an extra product, you know, you're only getting one every 4 cycles. And in this case, if a cycle is 12 seconds long, you're only getting an extra product every 48 seconds. So that's next to nothing. Whereas I can have 2 plane filters. When I double the speed to 15 a minute, I can have the plane filters, instead of 1 every 12 seconds, I get 2 every 12 seconds, which is actually more than an extra one every 48 seconds. Yeah, you know, and it depends, you know, definitely on science for sure, but I proliferate everything because if I'm switching my machines on to do double duty, like these, see, you're getting 9.4 a minute when you're on extra products. You're getting 9.4 a minute. You can do that, or you can have 15 a minute. So you're talking an extra 3.6. No, hang on. 9 and 4, 5, 6. 6 extra every minute. 5.5 every minute. 5.5 extra every minute, or 1 every minute. So yeah, it depends on how you like things to go. I like to have more than enough of something, so I double the speed of my machines and I get plenty more extra in the same amount of time. So as you can see, this is 9.4 minutes on extra product. But on a machine that's double speed, same amount of energy is used. Double speed gives me 15 a minute. I'll take 15 every minute versus 9.4 a minute. Yeah, for sure. Or anything that takes a long time. You know, plane filters, you know, they take a long time, 12 a second. I mean, one every 12 seconds. So anything that takes a long time, definitely double speed helps out. What do we got going here? Product stacking. Yep. All right, so we got plenty going on. Now we're starting to get some plane filters in here. Well, oil can be difficult if you're trying to balance the byproducts of oil. I don't mess with balancing the byproducts of oil. So let's see, when it comes to refined oil, there we go. So you got crude oil makes refined oil and hydrogen. And you're looking to make the refined oil, but you're being given that hydrogen. Refined oil is for plastic only. Plastic is the only recipe that requires refined oil. And you're going to need that plastic for your broadband for sure. Okay? Now, because there's only one use for refined oil, and that is to make plastic, I don't need hydrogen as well as the refined oil. So I use this bottom recipe here: 2 refined oil, a hydrogen, and a coal, and I get just refined oil, no byproduct. So I don't have to mess with hydrogen as a byproduct. So the refined oil, the 3 refined oil I get from that, goes directly into the plastic, and I add graphene as part of the normal recipe for that. That's it, all done. And I do the I don't even do the X-ray cracking. I don't even worry about this using refined oil and getting hydrogen to do X-ray cracking. I don't need to. My graphite comes from coal, my hydrogen comes from gas giants and ice giants. You're going to need that plastic, so you might as well get it ready for your broadband, because it takes 8 seconds for one broadband, and you're going to need a lot of broadband for your purple science. A lot. Yep. So don't worry about stockpiling it. Stockpile it as much as you can, because you are going to run out of it right quick. As soon as you start making white science and uploading it. Speaking of which, I have to see where we're at with, what did I get my gray receivers down to? I got it down to 0.091. That's great. And we've already uploaded 18, almost 19 million matrix. And what's our research speed? 7.2 million. $432 million hashes. Data volume. So do I have that up here? What's my vessels? My vessels are almost up to 1 light year per second. That's great. Let's get that out of the way. Where are my hashes? Well, my research speed is 3,300%, so I guess it's not on here. Yes, you could. Which is also going to double the consumption speed of your plastic, so that's why it's good to have a whole bunch of extra. These guys are still having a little problem keeping up. That's a huge plane filter factory. That's 1/3 of the way around up in that level of the polar cap. And I don't have much further I can go before I run into steel. Even the bots are taking a shortcut. They don't follow the line around. They go direct, straight to it. Straight back. I reckon in this case, this is one of those things where I'm going to need 2 factories side by side. And that's going to create an issue because of distribution bots. But it is a two item recipe. So I could get away with Beltline. Yeah, because you're probably making hydrogen. So if you take a look at your star cluster, your entire star cluster, you've probably got a few of these where hydrogen is on both ice giants and gas giants. So you really don't need to make hydrogen when they're on literally every gas and ice giant in the star cluster. So every one of these stars, there's going to be a gas or ice giant on them. You don't have a shortage of hydrogen. So you don't need to be making it when you have 64 gas or ice giants. So yeah, it really doesn't matter which one you click on. There's probably not one in this system. Maybe you don't have 64. Maybe there's not one in every system. No. So the smaller class stars like the G types and the K types probably don't have one. That's a G, that's a G. There's a K type. Yeah, G's and K's probably don't have them, so probably M on up has them. All G's do? Yep, okay. I just clicked on some that there wasn't any in the G's on mine, so I think it just depends. It's a random thing, so here's a G-type star. And there is fire ice, but that doesn't mean it's coming from an ice giant, so barren desert, Gobi, Ashen Gelisol. Here's a K-type system with one ice giant. Yeah, so you know the big thing is you don't have to manufacture hydrogen. That's why I don't. I turn it right back into refined oil, and then I got plenty of plastic, and I don't worry about byproduct hydrogen ever. Alright, so we're going to have to pay attention to plane filters. Let's just do this. Plane filters in science. Alright, that's good. Alright, so let's take a look at, boy, I haven't been to the home planet in such a long time. I come to the batteries, but that's about it. I rarely make a visit back here, so we might as well go take a look. And it looks like it's that bad boy right there. Almost flew right past. Looks an invisible planet. There it is. Whoopsie. Ricochet. Alright, so let's take a look at something here. Not where I was thinking it was. Here it is. Gonna be hard to see at night, but this is my oil producing platform. Ooh, I'm gonna get filled up with stuff. No, I don't need 10,000. I've got 10,000. They're gonna bring me foundation and I don't even need it. But anyway, this is all about refined oil. So it starts with crude oil coming in. This is not the in, hang on. This is the in. All right. So crude oil coming in from all my different pumps. Okay. One belt. Crude oil. and it feeds down into the oil refineries, and it's making refined oil and hydrogen. Okay? All that hydrogen going into my distributor bots, all that hydrogen is coming right back over here into this PLS, and I'm combining coal and hydrogen to make refined oil. So it's 2 parts oil, 1 part hydrogen, 1 part coal, and I get 3 parts oil. So I'm gaining in oil every time. So hydrogen, coal, and oil go in. Oil comes out. And fills up. So all the oil off of this oil refinery line is being collected up by the bots and sent onto the belts. And then the inserters take them off the belts, put them into the machine, into boxes. The boxes transport them over to the PLS. And I've got oil all day long with no product, or with no byproduct. And that's my setup. And it supplies me with refined oil for the entire star cluster. That's it. 1 planet. Just refined oil. And of course that refined oil is for the production of plastic. Plastic is for the broadband. And the broadband's for purple science. That's it. Well, just what I did is I marked out an area, as you can see. So I marked out a tarmac and started at one end and then just added onto it and added onto it. So got plenty of room to go, except for this line right here, which is going to stop, but this line is only on when I'm using plastic anyway. So oil goes into plastic, plastic into, you know, broadband, broadband into purple science. So this line comes on when I'm making purple science. Which at the moment, you can see nothing's happening at the moment because I've got plenty of refined oil. So plenty of sources for refined oil. I'm even burning oil. This is burning oil. I've got so much of it, I'm just burning it. Don't need to. You know, I've got solar panels and artificial stars, but I'm just burning it because there's so much excess, it's pathetic. But that's what I wanted, because my philosophy is always have more than enough. Yeah, artificial stars are a good source for power. I use them. Well, I use all of it. I use solar panels, I use windmills, I use artificial stars, I use energy exchangers, I use ray receivers. I use everything. I don't leave anything unused except for hydrogen. I don't have a use for hydrogen, ever, anywhere, other than to make more oil out of it. And I take that back. I don't make it because what I do need it for, which is like Casimir, comes from ice and gas giants. So, yeah. Oh my goodness. In about 5 minutes, we're going to be at the end of our stream. For today. And then there will be the after party. Here's my energy exchangers. So I've got just about everything in use on this planet except for windmills anymore. I don't think I've got any windmills. So I've got energy exchangers, I've got solar panels, I've got artificial stars, I've got jennies. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have any more windmills up. Yeah, usually the lava planet is pretty close in, but why are you building a Dyson in your home system? Just out of curiosity. Did somebody tell you that's a good idea? Okay. Well, Dyson spheres generate power that it gets from the star, and then you can deliver it using radio receivers. But your home star system, you'll rarely find it over 1 luminosity, which makes it a horrible host for a Dyson sphere. Dyson sphere requires so much material resources to make that it doesn't equate to anything with a 1 luminosity. It doesn't equate to being used on anything below 1.5 because there's just far too much effort, energy, and resources involved in making a Dyson that doesn't make it cost effective to put it on something that collects so little power. So I'm going to do a save here because I haven't done a save in a while. I've been doing the auto saves. It only takes 6 seconds to do a save on rockets. Let's see how we're doing on our power. Entire star cluster. Yep, charging power. Definitely above our discharging power. That's the way we like it. That's the way we like it. And I am up to 20.3 petajoules. So we were at 19.9, no, say it back, we were at 19.7 petajoules when we started today's stream, and now we're up to 20.3 petajoules. I'm generating 62 gigawatts of conventional electricity, but consuming only 19 gigawatts. Yes, a 2 is good. If you're going to do Dysons, I would pick something that's at least 1.75 and above. 2 is good. 2 is really good. Yep. Darn close to 2 right there, so that one's pretty good. Okay. Oh, well, I probably should, turn that off for now. Do one more save. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. About 5 seconds. It's not too bad. All right, it has come to, sadly, the end of the stream where Rocket must make dinner for himself and little one Peanut. Obviously because Peanut's gonna starve if I don't. Yeah, so let's just take a little recap. So we had a follow from Fox the Second. Thank you very much for that, Fox the Second. Really appreciate the follows. We had GFA Undead, one of our wonderful moderators, dropped another month of subscription on us. So he's on a 5-month streak. That's really awesome. Thank you very much for that, G. Stewa Pyra, she rated us with 12 viewers today. Thank you very much for the raid. And Callie Setzi rated us last stream before this one. Thank you very much, Callie. Thank you very much, everybody who came by to drop a follow, who came by to chat, to lurk. YOLO GG threw down a lurk for us. We really appreciate anybody that comes by, whether you're lurking, chatting, watching, doesn't matter. I just hope that I am doing enough to entertain you. Our schedule is down below in the boxes below the stream. And if you want to stay really up to date, pop over to streamelements.com/me, RocketWolf2, and that will tell you about your leaderboard, where you stand on the leaderboard, your locks points, my stream schedule. There's live chat there for even when the stream's not running. The chat always runs there. You can pop in there and type a message and see if I'm watching for chat. See if I'm near the keyboard and whatnot. Watching for that. And of course, we always have the merch store, so we've got merch for sale. And oh, what else is there? There's always some good stuff going on. We've got yes, and Discord. You can always join us in Discord. Either chat in Discord during the stream or come and voice with us during the stream, whichever you like. Our chat commands are there at the bottom in the panels down below, as well as the games. So there's quite a few different types of games that I play from time to time. The weekend is a very random thing. During the week, I'm usually sticking to a couple of favorites like Dyson Sphere, Satisfactory, Captain of Industry, No Man's Sky, or Universe Sim, something like that. So that will pretty much do it for us for today, and thanks very much for Fireboy and all your inquiries. Love it. So we're Ask Me Anything channel. Oh, look, the time in the top right, 17:17. Yeah, so ask me anything. It doesn't have to be about the game either. So AMA channel, always family friendly. This is our casual chill stream. We're good to go on just about everything. So that will do it for today. 2 a.m. Holy moly. Yeah, it's dinner time here, 5 p.m., 5:15. You did a good stretch there, Fiery Boy. We're in Australia, so we're at the end of our TGIF. You guys are probably just fresh into it. And, well, obviously if it's 2 a.m. there, you just got into TGIF. So, on the schedule, we will do our regular schedule on Monday. And we'll do a crapshoot, hazardous, random stream on the weekend. I'm American too, by the way, Fiery Boy. That's why I don't sound Australian. I just live here. But anyway, we will see you next stream. Cheers, everybody.